Alright, let's set the recording and start that stream. Welcome to some new content. Yeah, so originally I wanted to play with the new Halo Infinite Forge mode that's dropping in their winter update. But it turns out, that's happening tomorrow, so, you know, I realized I couldn't do that today. I think I'm gonna turn my gain down a little bit. But I still wanted to do something today. Let's go down to 10. That should be fine. There we go. Alright. You guys should still be able to hear me with that. If I sound distant, just let me know. But I still want to do something for stream today, especially considering I have been offline for a hot minute these past couple of weeks. A lot of activities going on. So that's why I'm here, and I'm going to show you guys, and hopefully work on a little bit, my game dev project for myself. Me, myself, and I. I just wanted to work on something that hopefully I can maybe publish someday, and have a nice, you know, bite-sized portfolio piece to show off that I know what the fuck I'm doing when I'm applying for game dev jobs. So let me just get in here and show you what we got going on right now. Obviously, very straightforward level so far. Just trying to learn Unreal 5 is the other objective with this assignment that I've given myself. Is that I want to learn this new tool. So, oh, why does it say I'm playing AI the Somnium files? I should change that. But yeah, so I've basically implemented a wind state tracking system that will move the player between levels when they shoot all of the targets. And as you can see, we're on this sort of rotating rail line, and we are just taking that around in a typically circular pattern, and just rotating around and taking shots. And so this is going to hopefully eventually be a sort of AC-130 or gunship rail shooter in the same vein as you know, like a Call of Duty, one of those missions. I want to keep the scale relatively small, so that's why I'm gonna try and just learn how to use Unreal 5 and make a very, you know, straightforward shooter, not too crazy, but I have a lot of ideas for sure. I think there's a lot of story stuff that I have bouncing around in my head that I'd love to implement. But obviously you gotta get the core features down first, before going into all that extraneous stuff. Contrary to Twitter's popular belief, you don't just do the art and the pretty looking stuff first. You have to get the game mechanics down. So, with that in mind, I've posted all the announcements everywhere. I'm hanging out in Discord if you want to hang. Just chilling in there. Let me pull up my design document here real quick. I have a handy dandy list of to-dos that we can roll to. Okay. So far, we've, why is there no strike through? Is there really no strike through? Yeah. We've made a target. We've made a weapon that can shoot and destroy the target. That's our projectile that you saw shooting out there. We've got projectiles from the weapon can sometimes land near the target still. So we need to create a blast radius property for a projectile subclass. Right now I just have one projectile, and that's all the game uses, but in the future, when you're thinking of an AC-130, it's got 3 different types of weapons, 4 different types of engagements, and some of those make big damage, so I want to make it possible for, you know, things to do a little bit of a blast radius rather than just having to be a direct hit on everyone. Make a manager that tracks targets being destroyed in real time. That is already in here, which I can show you I think it's in the blueprints model. Let's see. Where is it? Here. Level blueprint. So, here we have our basic level logic. So when the game begins, that's as zoomed as you get. When the game begins, you get all classes that are of type target, and then you loop through each of them. You determine if the... Yeah, I'm definitely streaming. Hey, I need to go change that. Please hold. Why did it change? Okay, I'm working through Restream, so it's posting to both YouTube and Twitch at the same time, but this is not it. With hot peppers, yes. What? Does it say something about hot peppers somewhere right now? Let's see, let me do Unreal 5. Nope. How about game development? Software and game development. Hell yeah. Alright, cool. At least Twitch has a category for this. Check your stream tags. Ah! Forgot about the tags. Those have been there forever. Thanks for calling it out. Whoops. There you go. Alright. Just gonna drop that one down to English. Let's see. Working on my AC-130 or gunship. Real shooter. Not that anybody's gonna see this new go live notification because I think it already got sent out. Oh well. Anyways. Alright. There might be a UE5 tag. Yeah, maybe I'll put that in there. But let me finish this up real quick. So, loops through all the targets, make sure that they are considered hostile, because there could be targets that you can hit that aren't hostile, and there's going to be mechanics related to that down the road, but that's just, you know, an option that I have there. And then, if it's true, you're going to add it to this hostile targets array, which will be then bound to a custom event that tracks when we bind its on-destroyed event. So every hostile target in this array that we've just made, based on this Boolean check on the for loop, goes through, and every one of these hostile targets is going to have an event triggered when it's destroyed. The event, called hostile destroyed, very creative naming, is going to go to the hostile targets list and remove itself from that list. And then, if the list is empty, then you're gonna do a check on that. And if it's true, you open the next level. Now this logic works for the initial transition, but I need to find a way to do this for multiple levels. I need to, you know, I mean, I need to make the levels, is I guess the other thing, but I need to be able to quickly copy and paste this. I could just do that manually, but I feel like there's got to be a way that Unreal Engine would allow you to have, like, a list of, or have this same blueprint code reused in different levels. I'm still a bit new to blueprint systems, so there's definitely still a learning process there. But that's the general logic. And if we want to go deeper into the code, I can show you how I've got the projectiles and targets and gunship class set up. Crack this bad boy open. Here we are. Gunship.cpp. This is our gunship class. Got our instructor, muzzle offset, spline component. Spline component is what is allowing us to move around the scene in a predictable fashion. Or it's the path that we set it on, and then every frame, right now, this is probably going to get changed so it's not frame dependent. I'm going to need to look into that, but we are crafting basically a tracking system to see where it is, and then moving it up a certain amount based on the spline speed that we have passed in, which I believe right now is just a protected. See, I could probably make this available in the editor, and then people can change the speed from there rather than having to go into the code. That might be what I want to do. Let me also put on that Unreal 5 tag while we're here. Tags. UE5. Add tag. Game development. Alright. Let's add those. And let's turn the music back on. I need to make a tracker for the currently playing music at some point, but that's a future me problem. But yeah, we've got all these functions that I have mostly been following tutorials to get started on, but Pitch Viewfinder is just limiting where you can look with the camera so that it's limited to you can't just go in any direction. It's stuck in the angles that are realistic for a gunship viewfinder to be stuck at. So that's what that's for. That's our spline component. Right now, AC-130 gunship, it's a box. We got our box ship here with a little camera attached. So, yeah, a lot of cool stuff already set up, but we want to make more progress. So what do we want to do today? Make a weapon, yep. Manager, yep. Subclass, yeah, so the 3 different shapes here. This is a target, I believe. This is a vehicle, and this is a human. Building, and vehicle. Obviously, these are placeholder objects, but I have no design skills whatsoever, so that's going to come last. But they can have, the subclasses are going to have different properties, like vehicles will eventually have AI scripting to move them around, or not, maybe not even AI, well, yeah. See, this is where the ambition is going to get interesting, because you're going to want vehicles to probably move on scripted paths, but if I really wanted to be extra with it, no, Brad, Forge isn't out today. I posted an announcement that I got the date wrong. For some reason, their winter update is coming out on Election Day, so this is Unreal 5. But yeah, buildings are obviously the easiest thing. They just sit there, and they'll have destruction physics enabled so that they'll shatter apart when they're destroyed. Yeah, all right. Let me just crack down on Space Cav 3. That's a big leap to go from App Game Maker or whatever that tool was that y'all were using to Unreal 5. Just a little bit of a jump. So probably Scraps versus. Oh hell yeah! Multiplayer is gonna be a fun time. Any kind of network managing is a... Yeah, it's move, react, being shot at, avoid being shot at, yeah. Only win-loss state based on targets remaining in time. Let's just start out. Player character move in a static pattern to emulate the AC-130. Yep, okay, so we got that. We don't have a loss state necessarily. We need to figure out how to do game states in Unreal 5. That would, yeah, well, even multiplayer is definitely a little bit easier. Add visual effects for the weapon striking. Okay, this is definitely later game. VFX later. Environments. Probably should save that for later. Basic series of game states. Yeah, okay. I think figuring out... I want to figure out the game states. Then once I do that, I can do what I really want to do, which is making the levels. The levels are going to be cool. Sound effects to emulate engines and gunfire later. Add more weapons. Okay, yeah. Let's see, 130. Yeah, so those are subclasses. Maybe we can add a thing for any collision. How do we do that? Projectile. So how we handle collision right now. And impulse. Okay, so not much of the logic for collisions is in the projectile. I think it's mostly in the target. Yes. So when a target is hit, a target is going to check what it's gotten hit by. It says if the projectile, if the object that hit this target is a projectile, that means it's going to do damage to it, and then you're going to subtract the health from the target equivalent to the damage that was dealt. That's pretty straightforward. And if 0, less than or equal to 0. There we go. Destroy it. So how do we make an explosion happen? You could make a new... What could happen is, instead of... Okay. First, we want to make property edit anywhere. So copy that from here. Material instance. Okay, those are all just visual stuff. All right. Call this radius. Okay. So by default, it'll be 0. Means that there's going to be no blast radius on this projectile. Keep that there. Always got to comment your code. So, radius, explosive radius of projectile. Only creates explosion. So what I'm thinking is the projectile's not actually going to deal the explosive damage. We're going to make a object on contact with any surface that'll generate an explosion, and that'll deal its own damage. It'll be its own class, basically. The explosion class. Only creates explosion if greater than 0. Yeah. Okay. Now, we hit our friend Google to learn how to make an explosion. Yeah, pretty straightforward question. Unreal 5, making an explosion on it. Perfect. This is just what I need.
Hey guys, welcome back.
Alright, now here's the fun part of the stream where we listen to other people for a bit.
In today's video, it's going to be a quick one where I'm just going to be showing you how to create an explosion which damages the player. So I'm going to be using the start content explosion, but this will actually damage the player. And I've done a video on creating an explosive barrel. You don't need that for this one, but obviously I have that, so you shoot a barrel and it'll explode. But one video which I am using in this is where I created a damaging system. So I'd recommend go watching that so you can fully use this properly. But let's get into what this is going to be. So I'll show you what this is going to look like now. So you can see on the top left there, we have our current health. If we run in here, we have an explosion. That took 50 off of our health. If I move this explosion to be a little bit closer.
Okay, so it looks like, I'm just going to guess ahead of time. It looks like he's just, it's an object that doesn't have any physical properties, but it has a bounding box.
I'd recommend go watching.
So, I'm thinking, because we're basically going to create it, it's going to, one time, only once, on creation, do a check of everything it's colliding with. Deal damage to anything that's a target, and then, or we could turn the logic, keep the logic in the target class. I guess we should probably keep it there. If that's where we've got our on-hit logic for damaging with projectiles, it probably should stay inside that class. So, yeah.
That, so you can fully use this properly, but let's get into what this is going to be. So I'll show you what this is going to look like now. So you can see on the top left there, we have our current health. If we run in here, we have an explosion. That took 50 off of our health. If I move this explosion to be a little bit closer to the player, you can see it's gone all the way down to 25. If I move it even closer, this one should now kill the player. So you can see there, it's killed the player. It's like so. So you can see we're going to be making this system here like that. So I'm going to delete this code, and then we'll get right into it. So our first step is to actually create this explosion blueprint. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to right-click on our content browser here, go to blueprint class.
Everything's in blueprints. I want to work in C++ mostly, because I know that is more efficient as far as speed goes. There's a lot of back-end hand-holding that blueprints do for you, which is cool, but I want to try and, keep my C++ skills sharp.
Actor. I'm just going to call this explosion
possible,
BP. If you already have
you can take ideas from blueprints
my explosive barrel, you can just
try
there. But this is basically where we want to spawn our explosion. So if you have that set up, open it up. If not,
Blueprint is just more visual representation of what is still C++ code under the hood.
Straight away. In here, what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a component, add a particle system. This again is just being our explosion. So I'm going to select the template to be explosion, like so. You see that's what that looks like, and I'm just going to scale this up by 3 on all axes just to make it a little bit bigger, like so. So I can compile, you can see that's what it's going to look like. You'll get the smoke there as well, it's quite a good effect. Something else we're going to do in here is we're going to create a box collision. So we're going to add a component again, get a box collision, like so. And we're just going to scale it up to be as big as we want. So you see that is where the explosion is going to be, that kind of
particle system and box collider.
That big, and then I'll do it on the Y as well. So we're getting a square, so I'm at 16.75. I'll just round that up to 17, like so. And then on Y,
do that all in code.
Well. So this is the area in which the player is going to be in order to be damaged by this explosion. So they're going to be in this area to be damaged by it. Once you've done that, we're going to go to the event graph like so, hit compile. I'm going to delete these 3 events here. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to right-click on the particle system and add event, and I'm going to add on component activated. So add on component activated like so. This is basically when the explosion is going to be fired off. So what we also need to do is select the particle system again, and we just want to set auto activate to be false. So when the game starts, this won't blow up straight away. It's going to blow up when we want. We'll close that, compile and save. Out of this on component activated, what we're going to do is we're going to play sound at location, with the sound being one of the default explosion sound effects we get in the start content. Again, I'm using the explosion cue. The location with the location of our particle system, so we'll just get world location of our particle system like that. So you can just drag and drop it in, get world location like so. So it's going to play this sound effect where the explosion is actually happening. After this, what we want to do is we want to cast to our third person character, or just your character. So for me, that's third person, but for you, this could be third, first, whatever you've named it. The object wildcard of this is going to be get player character. So get player character like so. As third person character, what we want to do is we want to get distance to, and the transformation there, alt left click that, and put it as third person character into other actor instead.
Okay, so this is, yes. This would be good to re-implement as well, is having different amounts of damage based on how close the explosion is. So this is good.
So other actor is
good to know. You get distance. This is what I'm going to need to research, how to translate this to C++. Get distance. But distance to target self. I'm assuming that means to the center of itself.
Is our cast to the target itself. And what this is going to do is it's obviously going to get the distance between our explosion and our player. Because obviously what we're going to have it is the closer you are to the explosion, the more damage it does. Out of the return value of this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a less than.
I guess it means the center.
Plugging that into a branch by holding down B, left click to get a branch, like so. And with this as the condition. In here, I'm going to set this to be 700. You can put this as whatever value you like. And a good way of testing this is just get a print string out of here, and then basically just activate this explosion here. So basically, if we are less than this distance here, it will fire off this print string. So you can just do that to test out to get the perfect values for you. But these are values which I found when I was testing this out earlier, and they seem to be quite good. So after this branch, what we're going to do is false. We're not going to do anything, because on this range, what's going to happen is if it's not this close, then it's not going to be close enough to take damage, so the player will not take any damage. Out of true, we're going to hold down B, left click to get another branch, plug that into true. Condition of this is going to be another less than or equal to, so we just duplicate that, plugging out the condition there with the top value, once again, being the return value of that get distance 2. The bottom value of this time is going to be 500. So now if we're just a little bit closer, we're going to take damage. The bottom value this time is 7. And if we're now let's actually you can see here that this is obviously where I'm checking health, so that's just so I can put it on screen. You see we have a health and a damage variable like so. We also have a decrease health function here, which we're going to call. So what happens?
Which we already have.
Get our health minus the damage, which is where we're going to set the damage here play a sound, and then just simply either kill the player or just remove some health. Now here, I just have the health on screen like so. So again, I've done that in the previous video, which you can see now. It's linked on screen earlier in the video probably, and also linked in the description down below. So I'm going to close that, and then to call this function, all I'm going to do is as third person character, I'm going to set damage. So set this damage variable that we made here. Out of false of this first branch, like I said, we don't want to do anything in there as they're not close enough. So we're going to come out of false of this second branch here, plug in this set damage in there. I'm going to double click this to get a reroute node, just to keep it nice and organized like so, and we're going to use this in a minute as well. This first damage, what I want to be, as I want this to be 50. So it's half the player's damage, it's not too much, but it hurts them quite a bit as well. So I was going to, this time,
and it does more damage.
These are the distances from the explosion node of as dirty variables work. But there's one final thing, sorry, we need to actually cause the explosion. But for the moment, I'm going to go through this. So when the explosion happens, it's going to play the explosion sound. Then if the player is within a certain radius or a certain distance from the explosion, it's going to set the damage to be a certain amount and then apply that damage and decrease the player's health.
Okay. So it's just, all we need to do is we just need to take the result of get distance, and then just analyze. Okay. I guess what I'm wondering is if you've got the explosion spawning in, does that should trigger an on-hit event, right? Let's see. Right, that's what we're looking for is on-hit, I believe. Yeah, on-hit. Does spawning object inside another trigger on-hit events? Unreal 5. Enemy objects chance to run into stations or they hit by something. Yes. Who hit them? Yeah. When the collision occurs, in which case? That's not helpful. Spawning destroying objects issues. Hello. Try to make use of a simple game in which two objects, when they touch each other, get destroyed and respawn again. The problems are, use the on-hit object one event for a specific object, then after they respawn, the explosion doesn't work anymore. Or not these destroyed ones. A little blueprint is actually a really bad idea, especially spawning stuff like. Okay. Handling new spawn things in the level blueprint is pretty clunky and hardly works at all. You have to get all objects at a time and then filter. Okay. Object specific stuff like collision explosion be done in your actor. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's take on hit again. Spawn the explosion, trigger an event, which will soon spawn. This is. Yeah, okay. This is not really my problem. Spawning and destroying an actor. I don't see why it wouldn't count as an on-hit event. So, I'm going to run on the assumption that it will. So that means what we're going to do, go to here, C++ classes, create new C++ class. We're going to say we don't need it to be a pawn. We could make it a projectile child class. Then it would have the damage properties already. God, that would be really funny if the explosion could have explosions spawn out from it. That's not exactly the same though. It does have damage, but target. Yeah. I think I'll just make it its own class. It's different enough. Has similar name properties, but that's a little bit different. Alright. The actor. next? We will call it explosion. And yeah, we'll just make it its own class. It's like I'm imagining down the road some buildings, like, you know, an oil refinery or like an explosive barrel are gonna generate their own explosions, so maybe time them to projectile wouldn't be the best idea there. Yep, great explosion. Great class. There we go. Alright. Reload. Cool. So we have our explosion. Kaboom. And what were the items from the video? It had a particle effect, right? And a collision box. We want a collision sphere. Particle system and a box. Okay. So, let's see if we can do that. CPP UE5 particle system. Complete particle effect that contains any number of particle emitters. Okay. See if I had explosions downloaded from somewhere. This is the Vigilante content. Architecture audio. Let's see if it's included in any of the default particles. There we go. Okay, we do have an explosion. Cool. What does this do? Boy, howdy, do I not know what any of this is. Okay. Okay, it's just taking a little second to load. There it is. Okay, so that's our explosion. For now, that's all we need. Okay, so we have our little explosion there. We call this, what was it called? U particle effect? Particle system. Yes, sure. Can we say U particle system, or do we need to include it? Oh, looks like we might have it. Do we need to include these as pointers? Yes. Let's say yes. Explosion effect. Sure. Come up with a better name later. We also want it to be editable. Visible defaults only category movement. No. Call this. There we go. We don't need a category on it right now. That's housekeeping for down the road. Pointer. Nope. There we go. Alright. So, from Unreal, now I'll be able to drag and drop the explosion effect that I want in there. And then, was it bounding box? Collision box? Imagine be a collision box, right?
Point of area in which I just ran to make get the smoke there as well. We can scale this up by 3 on all axes just to make it a little bit bigger, like so. So I can compile, you can see that's what it's going to look like. We get the smoke there as well. It's quite a good effect. Something else we're going to do in here is we're going to create a box collision. So we're going to add component again.
Yep, box collision. Okay, but I want sphere collision. I think that's what I want. I think the reason that I originally decided, I'm just thinking through the process of why I have damage handling on the target's end rather than the projectile's end, but I think it's because it's not gonna do... Projectiles should never do anything to something that isn't a target. So, like, if it hits the ground, all it's gonna do is destroy itself, which you can see in effect here. If the other thing has physics, then it'll do something to that, but that's the only other thing it'll do. And really only stuff in these games, the only things that should be moving anyways should be the targets. I don't think I'm making, like, buildings are gonna be targets, so they'll have health and they can be destroyed regardless of whether or not they are hostile or non-hostile. So all of that stuff is going to be handled, like, basically the only thing that it should be hitting that isn't a target would be the ground. And the ground is not going to react to projectiles in any way. I'm not doing any terraforming with projectiles here. Maybe if I got really ambitious, I could try and do some craters with explosions, but I'm not fucking with that right now. So it makes sense then that targets are doing the handling of collisions, because basically it'd just be another check here. We already have a check for physics simulation, but it would also need to check here if the object hit is a target, and then have a bunch of code in here. I'd rather just handle that on the target side, because the target could get hit by multiple things. Target could get hit by... Just talking through my logic. Does that make sense? If the target can get hit by projectiles or explosions, but projectiles can only hit targets and the ground, should targets have the code for handling it? It probably doesn't make too much of a difference. I'm just trying to think. Target's going to get on-hit effects only when it's hit by... I think it's the same. I don't know. I think it could go either way. I'm probably just overthinking it. So let's see. Don't use sphere collider. Wait, what do we have here? Comfortable. Set that up. What is the vehicle has? Where's the vehicle? There it is. Sphere physical asset. So these have visual meshes. Static mesh component. Okay. What is it borrowing? I guess I could just add it to the includes list. Oh, it has a sphere component. I'm looking at projectile. But that is what I should look at. That's actually exactly what I should look at. What am I doing? That's the sphere's initial collision radius. Okay. So you take this? You took this. Alright. Gain for projectile movement component. Interesting. Okay. So this is use sphere component. Collision component. And explosion must be generated with a radius in mind. So we will put in uint 8 radius. There we go. Uint 8 radius. Ta-da! Why are you guys angry? What do you mean? Yes, you do. You have begin play. Why are you mad? Can I not? That's not happening anywhere else, is it? Nope. Alright. See why. God. There we go. Blueprint read write should not be used on private members. Oh. Okay. Yeah. You're right. I shouldn't put that there. I should put it in public. There we go. No, are you not bad? You have to define. Okay, you have to have a default constructor. That's fine. So then let's make a void calculate. Just call it explode. This is going to I'm I'm just trying to think, like, how do we handle this in the way that would make best sense for the system? We could I think I want to maybe this doesn't even need that much code, because what I'm thinking is you get a projectile hits something, causes an explosion. You say, okay, the explosion is going to be, you're going to generate the object. It's gonna, yeah, but I need to tell it to just generate and then explode. So I do need to do some coding. This thing is this so straightforward that maybe a blueprint would be a faster way to go about this? But I think I know what I need to do here. I'm thinking destroy object when particle effect finished. This is Unity. Unreal. Emitter, URF particle system. All you need to do is remove the let's do 3. Do particle systems destroy themselves? This is what I'm wondering. Unreal 5 particle systems. New emitter. Editing emitters. I don't care about this stuff. I want to know. Deleting my instruments. Okay. Quick LOD. All this. Here. Unreal 5 CPP particle systems. How about that? Background color allowed managed tracking. Managed ticking. Auto deactivate has physics. Regenerate LOD. Use delay. Fix relative. There's something that I'm looking for like an on destroyed event. But I don't know if it'll be that straightforward. Ooh. Is there like a play? Start it? Nope. Of course not. Unreal 5 CPP coding object with particle system component. How about that? Okay. There we go. Here's one of their weird little tutorials. Particle system we activate or inactivate. Now attach an inactive particle system to our hierarchy. Manipulate this component in code and will later set up an input to turn it on or off. Notice that the particle system component is attached directly to the status mesh component, not to the root. It's also slightly offset from the center of the mesh. It will be more visible during play. Okay. Care about the pawn. Yada yada yada. Sliding pawn, plug pawn movement. Finish. Where's the... With the spacebar. Okay, where is that? Particle. Set template. Put bind action. Okay. Where's particle toggle? Okay, so you can activate it, but like that. How do you destroy it? Using Niagara. Creating a particle system. Create a particle system, then reference it from a different actor. New games, it's telling you to use the old system. No point in learning the old system, you're better off using Niagara. So I think you're almost there with Niagara. Here's 2 steps. Add Niagara. Okay. Reference to Niagara system you wish to spawn for purposes of the example. I'm assuming you're adding into an actor. Or declare new Niagara system. Oh boy. Now we're going down a new rabbit hole. Niagara component, right? Niagara component. Nope, this is not even talking about Niagara. Why did it send me to this? Okay. Let's modify Niagara system. Unreal 5. CPP Niagara. Nope, that's literally just what I looked at. What is a Niagara system? This is Unreal. You have impeccable C++ documentation. I love just getting barfed every component without any no description of what's going on here. Okay, Niagara VFX system is the primary tool to do visual effects inside Unreal Engine 5. This page links to documentation regarding the Niagara VFX system, including an overview, quick start guide to get you up and running. If you're new to Niagara, it's recommended you check out the Getting Started section. High-level overview of Niagara Editor, the quick start guide, a page that lays out the key concepts and design philosophy. Okay. So, these are all legacy. Okay. Maybe I'll learn how to do Niagara. See how hard this could be. Explore these Niagara features in more depth to learn about the capabilities of the system. The fluids, the experimental GPU ray tracing collisions module. Collisions in Niagara. That sounds like me. Collisions in Niagara can be achieved in a variety of ways using the collision module. Is that just talking? Oh, let's see what that means. That might just mean the particles are colliding, not like generating a Niagara effect on collision. But that could do the same thing as what I'm trying to do here. If I generate a Niagara effect, that then when whatever the particles of the Niagara effect touch something, maybe. That looks like what this is. Okay, an Unreal Engine. You can set up a particle system to collide with objects in the level using the collision module. Previous versions of Unreal Engine were using a GPU emitter. You had several options in this module. Typically, most use a depth buffer option, which generates a simulation of the environment. This is a low cost but also low accuracy solution. Shapes are not accurately portrayed, and if a particle goes off screen, it disappears immediately. GPU ray tracing collision is an experimental option in the collision module, so you can use hardware ray tracing on the GPU. No matter where the emitter and its particles are on screen or off, or hidden behind an object, the collision. Okay. Real 5. Niagara explosion. Fire explosion. I mean, this also is only going to be any use if I can find something that I can grab for free. Because I could try making one. I don't know how it's going to be though. Tune air explosion. Oh, okay. Here we go.
Hi guys, I'm Asif Ali and you're watching CJOB video. Today I created this very simple toonish air explosion in UE5 Niagara, and I just created one and I placed 4 times because it is slightly random every time. So let me show you. These are the 4 systems and it has the one system linked here. So this is my effect, and it has four elements. First is this main core, and second is just some sprites which are streaks initially, then scaling down, and just these dots, sparks. Then I have this flash. This is very bright initially, then it's fade out. Then I have dark particles just to fill this up. So this thing.
Okay. See, I'm wondering now if I make a custom Niagara component and then have targets listen for collisions with Niagara components. But the problem is if they... Basically, I just want a sphere to show up. Yeah, I don't think... I think whatever, I mean, I want to use the new features, but I don't know if this is going to be one-stop shop. This also just seems like collision module will adjust these settings to use the experimental feature. Okay, so that's in the Niagara component. That's what he's looking at right here, right? Where is it? Scale, color. He doesn't have it on his. Okay. Interesting. Collision. Need this one by default. Beep boop boop. Great definition. Boop. I don't know if we're even going to use the ticking function, really, but I'll throw it in there. We need a particle effect and a bounding sphere that can collide with other stuff. This is what I got right now. If I find something better, I can change it. Okay. So since explosions are never really going to be made, I guess I'm just wondering, like, how do I handle the explosion physically? If I'm going to make the projectile have the power to have a custom radius, then that's gonna have to get passed to this, and then that's gonna have to change the explosion size. But how do you change the size? Let's see. QE5 scaling particle effects. Okay, this is it. The property of the particle spawn and SL replication against real. Niagara. Unreal particle systems. try this. Okay, making one a scale. The big ones are name, detail mode, and medium detail spawn rate scale. Not what I care about. And that's the only reference to scale that there is. Scaling a particle system like a model. Even Cascade had problems with scaling particles. Cascade, where you can manage two entirely separate. Now I'm wondering if I should just make a component for the projectile class that holds a Niagara effect. That could be I could then drag and drop in different Niagara effects for the different types of explosions I want. That'll be a small explosion, maybe it'll be a big explosion, and so on and so forth. But that's still I still need to handle colliding with the explosion. Let's see, Unreal collisions with Unreal create bounding collider. I want to make basically I want a sphere collider that goes along with the Niagara effect, but I don't know if I need to make a new class for that, or do I just spawn a collider custom? Like I don't know. For particle effect. Yeah, I would like to. I'd like to start doing this more regularly, Jimmy. That is the hope. Is that if keep the motivation up. It'll help me, I think, keep the motivation up for the project. If I start streaming. Let's see. Particle effect collision. Niagara collision. Particles on sphere interaction. Tori, what the hell is that?
Hi guys, I'm Asif Ali and you're watching CJ.
Oh, it's the same guy.
This very simple effect. Maybe you can learn something new in this video. So if you haven't subscribed my YouTube channel yet, please subscribe it. If you like this video, like, share and comment, and let's start this tutorial. So as you can see, where I'm intersecting this sphere, this Fresnel green sphere with the scene, there's some particles and a glowy edge, and it's very simple. But it is not for the games, maybe because it has lots of particles. It can be very heavy. But yeah, there's something
it's
you
just
can
some
learn
pog emo.
Okay, so let's start this.
There's a lot of pogs out there.
So I'll delete this, and yeah, I can also this is my effect. I can duplicate it and place it like here also. Cool. So I can do that. I'll delete that. So I'll put the file in Patreon so you can download.
We love to see the pogs. Thank you guys for dropping by.
And then
get ready for more tutorial videos that I'm going to watch along with.
So this will be just a simple Fresnel, okay? And it will look like this. And actually I want translucent and lit two-sided. Then I'll take the depth fade, invert it by 1 minus, and change the distance maybe 10. And then you can multiply this with any color like red, so your edges will be red, maybe 20. Then you can add that to the existing emissive, and you can also like add these together and found new folder test, and then I'll
Niagara system is a container for multiple emitters that combine together to create a particle system effect.
take a material, and this will be Fresnel. So this will be just a simple Fresnel, okay, and it will look like
type
this.
Of material.
And actually, I want one minus and multi-red. Add that, and also like add these together and connect it to apply this material. It will be like this, okay. So we have a Fresnel sphere and some edges where it's intersecting. Cool.
Okay.
Now we need a Niagara FX, and in the Niagara I'll just duplicate this, and in this first one I need that mesh, so I need a sphere. So let's take the sphere, and it's where you have like this, and I just need one particle, so I'll delete all these things and take a burst, one particle, spawn once and leave forever. Then I need the same material, this one, Fresnel, for this mesh. So here override it and use that here. Cool, and make this local. Hit save, and when you'll browse you have that effect, okay. Now you want some particle inside it where it intersecting.
Let me write down what we're looking for here. Need particle system on hit damage managed by target collision check, and then we need delete after one animation cycle question mark, because this looks Niagara looks like it's doing shit. Trash. Niagara looks like it's doing freeform like generation, like it's not an animation. It is a free falling effect. So maybe I just put it on a timer, and then that'll need its own tracking system.
Like we have this
fountain. That'll probably be
I use the
way I'll
velocity
start it,
and maybe 200.
See if I can dynamically modify the timer based on the Niagara effect in play.
Okay, so we have this thing, right? Let me just turn off the mask.
This is cool though.
The size maybe 2.
Neat system.
Okay, and we can make that a GPU sim, so we can use lots of particles. Maybe 1000 for now. And this is crossing the sphere. You can reduce the velocity, or maybe you can use the sphere actually kill volume, and you can use the sphere. So particle, if you invert it, particle will die if they cross the range. I will increase the mesh size little bit, maybe 1.5 or 2. Yeah, so my particle, this kill volume sphere and the size of my mesh now matching, and this should also be local. So now we have the particles. Okay. Now I want collision, and particle are colliding. I don't need any bounce. Okay, and I want color here, and then I will lerp, and I'll use 2 color, maybe red and green for now. And there should be a condition. That condition should will be boolean, and that will be has collide. If particle is colliding, particle will be green. If they are not colliding, they will be red. See? So basically I want just the green particle to be visible, so I can make my red particle transparent, and this green particle I can now make the red one. So I have particle just on the surface, and that's what I did. You can increase the spawn rate. Okay.
Interesting.
So like you have like high spawn
So that
rate.
looks like it can track collision. This is how he's doing it in blueprints. He has color particle update. Collision is enabled. But I don't want the particles doing the collision, because then each particle is going to deal damage, and that's going to just kill it every time.
That's what I did. You can increase the spawn rate. Okay. So like you have like high spawn rate.
That's super cool though. I like that.
Yeah, that's it. That's all. You can check my original file and I'll put that on Patreon. Thanks for watching. Keep learning. Bye bye.
Okay. Collision effect. Collision component. Alright. Let's make some variables here real quick. Let's call this date, radius, default values for all these. We'll say this one has a default radius of 10. And then unit 8 damage equals 1. Sure. And do we want something else? Radius, damage, time, duration equals say 3 seconds. Radius of explosion collision sphere. Amount of damage dealt to targets in collision radius. Duration of explosion particle effects. So if I'm in the editor and I have particles, or if I have a projectile class, right, and I'm already able to drag in its collision component, I think, set the damage on it to be whatever. So like right now, for example, I have, we've got what, BP gunship, details, and we search for the projectile category. Okay, apparently that gunship is actually not in use. What do we have then? Do we have possess? It is possessing. How is it generating? It's not. I was gonna say. It was before. don't know why it's not now. Here. Projectile. Get the starter content out of here. Projectile. What do you mean? What do you mean? Why does it say there's no projectile class? Okay. Well, this is a new problem. Overlord F11. Okay. Successfully built. That is a projectile. Why do you not... I literally was showing earlier today, like at the start of the stream, that I was able to shoot projectiles. Why does it not have one now? Project settings. I don't think... Maps and modes. Little sequence. Display rate. Tick resolution. Okay. Maps and modes. Default game mode, none. Default. Game object, no, there's no default pawn right now. Okay, that's fine. But why? A projectile. Yeah. Gunship has a subclass of a projectile. Projectile class. Yeah. And the projectile's still here. So what is the fucking deal here? Edit BP gunship? Can I just... Yeah, okay, this doesn't work. Okay, what do we go in here? The blueprint version. Shoot. Projectile. Why is this not here anymore? I'm so confused. Because I want this to be a drag and drop because I want to potentially, you know, move in different types of projectiles. I'll have like projectile 1, projectile 2, projectile 3. But it just doesn't... Okay. Update the code. Alright. Try it one more time. Close and reopen, maybe. No. That's not it. What happened to it? It's right here. Do I need to rebuild it? I'm just gonna try rebuilding it. Okay, probably can't do that because the project's still open. Let's close this. Okay, close itself. I rebuild. Okay, rebuilding. Loves to take its time to rebuild. You know how it is. There we go. There we go. Alright, rebuild success. Launch. Why are you pulling? I selected Overlord. Or did I? Oh, I hit. Okay, that's why. Hit the launch on the editor, not just double clicking on Overlord. Silly me. Okay. Gunship. Awesome. Projectile. None. I see it. I see it. Yes. Okay. The code reloading on this is so weird sometimes. Okay, yep. Alright. We got our balls back. We have retrieved our balls! God bless. Fire direction. Yeah. Alright. None of that's important. We got radius, damage, and duration. You know what? Yeah, I think I'm going to ditch the custom load. Because if I could make an explosion in editor and set its radius, damage, and duration as specific things. And the only thing I might change is if I'm trying to programmatically create, I would just make an explosion component for project. So I'd say like here. I'd say include explosion, and then I'd say yeah, and then I'd actually get rid of this. And I'd say explosion to be emitted on Leave empty if no explosion desired. Explosion. Explosion. Projectile. Explosion. View property. Edit anywhere. Blueprint. Read write. There we go. I'll take that. Okay. That's. How do we organize this shit? Put it all into there. Sure. Okay. Cut. Oh, fuck off. Alrighty. There we go. Radius, damage, and duration. Awesome. The only thing that we're not going to let be edited outside is going to be the collision component, because that's going to be determined by the radius. Is set up. Where should I? There we go. Collision component used to trigger damage. Set up the set radius value. Particle effects for explosion. Up. Awesome. Let me get text as well. Nothing important. So, rid of this. There we go. Now we have our projectile to refer back to. If there's no collision component, say, use a sphere as a simple collision representation. Yes. And its sphere radius is going to be set. Okay. So we're going to say copy and a paste. Create the sphere component. There. Why did I do that? There we go. Then take the sphere's initial collision radius as the radius. To the number bar. want to start. Let's see. Describe if no collision component. So the opposite of that would be if there is a explosion effect, then say explosion effect dot play. Do we not have it? What do I need to include? I'm just gonna work with the particle system for now because I see that in the starter content. I'll figure out Niagara at a later date. I think that's the easiest pass forward for now. Include particles / particle system. Will do. Particle system is complete particle effect. Although I should check the Unreal or U particle system versus U particle system component. What did that article say? It's just particle asset. Component is a component which places the asset into actor and world when you spawn actor with. Okay, so I want the component. That would make sense. System component. There we go. Now I don't have the thing for that. Particle system. There we go. Alright. That was correct, it just wasn't auto-completing. Abort, inside member function, accum tick time, activate. Ding, ding, ding. Okay. So, start the particle effects. Yep. You can play. We should get. This is another thing I should just know in general on Unreal 5 is how to get. Unreal CPP time. What is this? Okay, that's not helpful. It says it's blueprint. Guess might be the same stuff in Unreal CPP time. FC time now. There we go. Really bright. wipe my face out here. Set timers, global timer. Okay, so there is a global. That makes sense. Any actor get world time manager. Overloads. Bomb actor. Set a timer for delayed explosion. Oh, you can like set a thing. Interesting. You set timers through the global timer manager, which is available through Get World Timer Manager. Our shorthand available turns the same timer manager. There are a couple overloads function variations available to pass the function to execute. Interval between ticks if looped, and flag to set looping, and the optional first delay. Also set a timer to run the next frame with the set timer for next tick. Activate the fuse to explode the bomb after several seconds. Okay. Max fuse time. Okay. The F timer handle is in the header file. Although you are not required to keep a reference to the handle, it's recommended to put this in your header to properly clear or pause your timer instance. Binding timer to function. It's important to mark your function with ufunction. Have dot time. Does this have a time property? Does it have a time property? Time in seconds since we are last considered significant. The fuck does that mean? I was composed to handle an EOF update happening mid-tick. Use to block on in-flight async tasks. No. Last render time. Warm-up time. No description. Alright. Okay. Start the timer right at the end. Make a timer that will destroy this object. Amount of time specified by the member var passes. Oh, okay. Let's see. Get world timer manager. Get world timer manager dot set. Set timer. Why is this going? This must have class type, but it has type. We are an actor, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, let's try the other way. You get world. Yes. Oh. Is that it? Get world. I forget some parentheses. Totally did. Totally did. What a goober I am. There we go. Set timer. Okay. that. Did you just make up that name? Or F timer handlers in the header file. Okay. We just have that automatically. Timer manager. F timer. F timer handle. Explosion timer. Okay, is there anything else there? It's on the side. Do that dual screen setup. There we go. Project stuff. Super big. Okay. Yes. And then we can say well, we don't even need a function. All we're gonna call is destroy. So hopefully we can lambda it? Maybe? The timer. Explosion timer. This. What are we doing? In-out handle. Can I? Maybe I can. I don't know. Maybe Unreal isn't hip with lambda functions. Timer to lambda function question mark. Can I use lambda with timers? If timer delegate timer callback. Timer callback bind lambda. But you're just writing a function at that point. Like, what? This doesn't seem to make the code any less verbose. Okay. An inline callback, you can do the following. There we go. Alright, let's give that a shot. So we do F timer delegate create lambda. Wow. So much functionality. There we go. We gotta pass by reference so that it knows that it's referring to this thing, this class. This is pretty interesting though. I'm not. I have no idea what the F timer delegate's on about, but it's cool that it just has a lambda helper function, and then we pass information by reference so that we know that we don't need to use this keyword here to tell it to destroy itself. Okay. And then we do timer. What was the name of the variable? Duration. Right. Duration. There we go. And the last line in this code was what? False. Which is because why? Float LMB loop. Don't know what that means. But okay. I guess that's what they want us to make false. Okay, why are you complaining? Set timer with the handle. This. Oh, not fine. Duration. I need to pass it by reference or something. Handle F timer delegate, create lambda, yada yada yada. Okay, yes. What if I just make it a standard number? Is it because I have it as an int and it needs to be a float? Maybe? No. Can I do this? Ah! Perfect. Okay. I will not see a therapist. Okay. So now we create the collision component. It has the radius set here. And okay. Yeah. Starts the explosion and then sets the timer. And when the timer ends, it'll leave. All the little demons. Okay. Okay. Now let's see if we can implement this. Control F11. Header file. Forgot to make something a pointer. Line 44. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did. Except, that's not what it has in the article, but I'll believe you. Was that what it was complaining about? Does that make this not work? Yeah, no, it can't be that. Why? I mean, let's see if it errors out at a different point. Expected a pointer type. No, it's at the same spot. So this was not the issue. Which means this is now fine. But anything else here is not. Projectile. Oops. Right here. Yeah, that would be a problem. Okay. So now, well, explosion. We say spawn explosion if one has been attached to this object. So we say if explosion if projectile explosion, excuse me. If projectile, then please spawn something. Get objects to spawn other objects. Unreal. CPT. Spawn objects from other objects. Oh, that's blueprints. On actor. Get world. Maybe spawn actor absolute. That could be it. But let me see what this video has to say before going down that rabbit hole.
At some point in most games, we'll need to spawn objects or actors at runtime. So this is what we'll be covering in today's video. Now, just quickly to mention that I will be building...
Wait, I have done this already. I do it in Target. Or no, sorry, not Target. In Gunship. Pull that out real quick. If projectile class exists, get the camera location, yada yada yada. World.spawn actor. Okay, what is that? It's just that easy. Okay. We'll go here and say on da 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 da. What did they have? Where is it? Don't need. Okay, you just use that as shorthand. We don't need to do that. You just say get world. Yeah. On actor. Say I don't even need to set it up as anything. You just do it. You just say get world spawn actor. You say okay. Projectile class. No, we say projectile. Projectile explosion at get current location, right? Ship. You find your get component location. Okay, this will be sphere collision component, right? Dot get current get world location. Get component location. What are the spawn parameters? If actor spawn parameters. I could probably just get rid of it. I don't think it's gonna need that. It'll destroy itself in a moment. Component dot rotation. Bada boom. And spawn parameters. We don't need it. Perfect! Not perfect. It's angry. Why is it angry? Okay, not a rotator. Muzzle rotation is... Well, it sure as hell says it's a fucking... spawn actor. Explosion. What is the difference here? Can I just do a side by side? How do I split? How do I split the view? Ah! There we go. Right? Maybe? Nope, that just tabs me over to it. How the hell? U class in class, F vector location, F rotator rotation. You have a default. Why are you... Is it... No, it's not a pointer. No instance of overload function. No. Matches the arguments list. Argument types are A explosion, pointer, F vector, F rotator. Why the hell is this not working? Alright, what if I just... I'm not sure why this would be the case, but I will just say, okay, create that, just to see if this works. Okay, that's not doing it either. Well, spawn actor matches the argument list. No matching overloaded function found. Can I convert from a explosion pointer to const F vector? Yeah, I wouldn't expect you to do that. Why are you thinking that this needs to be an F vector, sir? Am I crazy? You get the world, you spawn the actor. The first parameter is... Huh? I don't understand. That makes no sense to me. What else does it say? Cannot convert from explosion to concept vector. No constructor could take the source type or constructor overloaded resolution was ambiguous. View world spawn expects 1 arguments to be provided. See declaration of view world spawn actor. Yeah, I'm looking at it right here, buddy. It's right here. U class, F vector, location, F rotator, rotation. Why, oh god. Cursed Bing search. Location and rotation in addition to class type via the template type. Yeah, but that's not what I want to run. Do I need to include something? What do my includes have? Box, spline mesh component. No. Or minimal. No. We need to do this. Game development, no way. Yes way. Game development hours. Let's see. Take that to projectile. Say bada bing bada boom. Say a explosion. Right. Yeah, okay. Any details besides those 2 words? Yeah, I'm working on my, Project Overlord, the AC-130 rail shooter. What's this category? Equals explosion. Real straightforward names here. There we go. Okay. Okay. So we needed to change the header wording. Okay, well, that's cool. It hurts sounds dope. Yeah. Just learning Unreal 5 through this system. So let's see. Alright, so now we have an explosion class, and we can attach it to a blueprint class, or to our projectile class. So it gets in there, Okay. Yes. Perfect. Well, first, rebuild. Okay. And now scratch it. All right. Explosion CPP 20. What's a CPP 20? Okay. Doesn't like this lambda function. So, even though this is all this is gonna do, I'm just gonna make a friggin'... Why is it not like this? What's the problem here? No. Access violation. What about this is an access violation? If I may ask. Just curious. Alright. Set. Let's try this. Actually, I'm gonna guess it's the lambda that's causing the error. Create lambda UE5 CPP. Create lambda access violation build error. If explosion effect. Okay, so that's already checking to make sure that that component exists. Set collision. I don't think this really matters for this, but component as root wouldn't hurt. Root component equals collision component. Try that. Close out setting. Alright. Let's just try building from here. Build. Now this says it succeeds. So what's fucking it up? What's goofing it here? Alright. Oh, yeah, okay. Now it has to be this. But why? Understanding lambda expressions. Do function assignment using lambda? No. That's just regular C++. Okay. Forget it. Forget it. I'm just making a new function. Called. Wait. What if I just did this? A explosion destroy. Does that work? That's the address of argument timers are a bool a actor. Why? So I'm trying to get these projectiles to cause explosions when they land. This is the current objective. I'm not sure why this new version. It's the same thing. It's still a function. I'm not even sure why this actually worked, because it's not taking the address. Or you mark your function with ufunction macro, or to have it bind correctly with the timer. Okay, let's just go for the direct answer. UE5 CPP set timer to call destroy. He's destroying a timer. O'Reilly. Following changes game mode declaration. Are you... what? U property A my first actor. Spawned actor. U property... I mean the game mode declaration. You mean the fucking... this shit? Why? I was trying to fuck around with doing the levels programmatically, which I might have to come back to, but not right now. I don't know what this is on about. I do not understand. Gameplay. So I guess I just have to make something that has the U function bind on it. This looks like the same code that we were just looking at. My first actor, spawned actor. Trigger destroy. Why am I getting multiple lava land cells? I need multiple lava land cells. Trigger destroy. Wow. When was this written? Holy shit. Oh, I didn't. Wow, powerful website. I'll just make a function called ufunction. End explosion. Boop boop. Definition. Destroy. End explosion. Get world. Get timer manager. Set timer. Fuse timer handle. Oh, right. This. There we go. Okay, now will this version work? No, doesn't like that. and explosion. There. You happy? Call back to destroy this explosion. Alright. That looks good. Let's hit that MF build button. Okay. Why? Line 22. It has to be this. Is it because the World Timer Manager isn't there yet? That's the only thing I could think of. Maybe. Explosion Timer is just a handle. And that doesn't... I don't think I missed anything with that. No, it just sits there like that. So... This explosion and explosion duration false. Let's try this. Get World Timer Manager. Causing access violation. Violations. Try that. Steaming around the line to make sure. It also may be that parentheses after get world timer measurement not necessary. Try moving those first. Options not work. Definitely needs parenthesis. Yes. You get warm using around. You try and move very lightweight. Set timer management. Do so, the game will crash as soon as I press the fire button. The debugger tells me there's an access violation. Set timer alignment. I cannot really see what I'm doing wrong here. Not the timer manager, but world. If use get world to get a pointer to the world class, this pointer is null. So my weapon does not have a correct world pointer. Has anyone had any idea to fix this? Currently, my character has a weapon field set within. Okay, maybe. Then I need to wait for the world, right? So if the world doesn't exist yet, then it needs to hold until it gets a world. Maybe I put it in begin play? Maybe that's it. That might be it. Because explosion could happen. Okay. Linker error! Oh, fuck me. Oh, because I think the editor was still open with the error text. Let's try this. Okay. Build succeeded. Great. restore. Boom, 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 boom. Still have the projectile there. Great. Projectile doesn't have any default explosion values, though, so that's whatever. But we can still shoot! Boop, boop. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. Game's working again. Now, what we will do, we have a blueprint for the gunship. We will now make a blueprint for the projectile. BP. We say explosion. Yep. Okay. We will also make a blueprint. BP. Explosion. Okay. Where's the... There's a particle system component. Why is that not visible? I mean, I could add a component. Why? Event graph, construction script variables. No, no, no. We have, Oh, not have that? No, it says blueprint read write. The fuck? Edit anywhere, blueprint read write. Category equals particles. Graph is linked to external private object. Material instance dynamic. Oh, what do you mean? Okay, you want to just make it something else? What do you... How do I have that set up in projectile? Ah. Okay, projectile material. Yeah. It should be available. It's available for the C++ class. Why would it not be available for... Can't save. The graph is linked to external private object. It's not private though. Override materials. Not really sure what that means. Getting a little confuzzled here. Unable to save blueprint. Unreal. Blueprint, save, failed. Graph is linked to external private object. I've looked this up before, apparently. Okay, inside the level blueprint. Refresh all nodes. Okay. File. New level, open level, recent level, save, import, export, new project. Okay, it's on file for me. Tools, finding blueprints. Cache statistic, class viewer. No. Convert level. No. Where the fuck do I rebuild nodes? Unreal 5. Refresh nodes. Import Quixel, Unreal, Content Browser. Its actions. No. I don't know if that's actually my problem. So let me back out. Material instance dynamic serial. These are all M's. MRock. Thing I'm looking for. Statue glass. Water lake. Might be it. Yeah, I'll just do the hex tech thing. Statue glass. What I don't get, you can see game starter content props materials. Where is this coming from? M metal steel. There, it's right there. Okay, whatever. Now you can save. There you go. Okay. Yeah. Close the project. Build this. The best Daft Punk track right there, folks. Super, super good time. What a vibe. Okay. There we go. Explosion effect. How do I view... And then it got rid of it? Alright. This is what I'm confused by. Why does it not have... The thing that I have it very clearly... It's not in here. So, what the you know? Explosion effect. View particle. That's not good. Appearing. I made a very dumb decision recently in trying to replace all the keys on my keyboard with some interesting new keys from a friend of mine that they got me as a gift from last Christmas, I guess. But now some of the keys just don't work all the time, which is very annoying. I was just not appearing in blueprint subclass. Share the blueprint, no details show whatsoever for the particle system components. Collision mesh. Yeah, use SAS mesh component, launch blast, impact blast. Collision mesh. It looks like you got something there. Launch blast and impact blast. Do I need to make a default sub-object? This is what I'm confused by. I want people to drag and drop in different particle effects for different types of explosions, but it doesn't seem to be... I might just be misunderstanding how to use it here. Like, what if I did this? Bring an explosion into the world. Say, okay, details. Say, particle effects, right? And then search starter content, particles, explosion. Is that not, it's not it? Cascade particle system. Then what am I supposed to be dragging in here? Okay. Try. UE5 CPP particle system component. Particle emitter. Yeah. You fix simple component. Okay, can I give like an example?
Hi guys, welcome to Unreal Engine tutorial of components.
Gonna get another tutorial. Process and then reference it from a different actor. The API documentation isn't that helpful. No class name, find module, yeah. I don't want to know how to make particles. I want to make particle blueprints now. Adding particles to pickup. Sure.
Welcome back. In the last video, we set up some visual effects like the character's speed and also his color changing. In this video, we're going to work on the batteries so that they shoot electricity from between them and the character where they're collected.
Where is the C++ code?
Collected.
This is all blueprints!
So basically the execution of the graph will be the animation, and to find it in the content on this.
Why would you say C++? You are a bastard person. Adding dynamic particle VFX. Sure.
Yo, what is good, dev guys? Welcome back.
C#. Oh no. Not there.
If you like these videos and you want some more exclusive videos, is basically inside of my particle system, whatever I set the color of my particle system to, this node will get that, basically. It will get whatever color my particle system is set to. So you can make them bounce. I'll make a blueprint class. Nope. I'm not doing C++ just because it would take too long, but...
Why'd you call it C++ tutorial? You bastard!
Yeah, screw it. Let's do C++. Why not?
Oh, thank God.
So, new actor, next. So I'm going to do this laser blocks or something. Why not? Laser blocks, we'll call it that. So I'm going to add a couple of blocks and they have a laser going between them. So we're going to show you how to set the start and end point at runtime, because that's a pretty cool thing to do, I guess. So, open up my code here.
Pretty epic.
So we need a particle system, so we'll add that in. U particle system component, laser particles. We're going to add a static mesh component.
Okay, that is exactly what I have. U particle system component. Yes. Okay. Cool. And then it has the sphere component, static mesh component, same difference.
And I'll add a second static mesh. So I'm just adding 2 blocks, and then I'm going to connect the blocks together using a laser. And I'll make it so that whenever the blocks move, the laser updates. So, yeah, I don't know. It'll probably end up looking pretty cool, so why not? I'm going to go U property, edit, defaults only, and I'll just chuck that on. And we'll just have a scene component as well for the root. Scene component is just an invisible component that you can't see, by the way. So I'll just call that root. And then we need to add a tick function. Oh, we already have one there. Perfect. So I'm going to say that root is equal to create default subobject. We want to create a uScene component. And with block B going to be a types. So cool. So now we need to set the start and end of our laser. So I'm going to set the start as block A, and I'm going to set the end as block B. So these 2 blocks are going to be connected together by our laser particles. So inside of my tick function here, I'm going to say laser particles, and there's a function in here called set beam source point.
Beam cannon.
And we're going to pass in 0 for the emitter index because it's the first one. We're going to set the new source point as block A. Get component location. So we're getting the location of the first block and setting the source to be that. And then 0 again. And now, if I just copy and paste this, we're going to set the beam target point as block B. So we're going to connect these 2 blocks together using our beam particle emitter. And I'm just going to think if this is going to work. Yep, looks good to me. Let's just offset these as well. Block A.
Okay.
We'll just
so the only difference I see is that it's creating a default sub-object.
I'm gonna
which
do
I guess I can do and see what happens.
You can actually for that. Oops. Okay, okay, there's a particle. And nothing happens. Okay. I'll be back in a sec. I gotta figure out where I screwed up here. Okay, so the solution is actually really easy. If you go to the laser bullet, because I'm trying to set the source and target myself, I need to go to source and change the source method to user set and target also to user set because I'm setting that myself. And that's all you need to do to change that. And now if I hit play, you can see that they're connected up with a laser, which is pretty cool. And if my thinking is correct, we should be able to move these cubes around and the laser will move with it. So should we try that? There you have it. Check it out. So the laser follows the cubes and connects them together. How cool is that? So I'm curious to see what you guys can do with this. Maybe you can make like a...
Neat. Not exactly what I was hoping for. Let's give it a try. Illusion effect equals create default object u particle system component text particle system component. Alright. Let's try that. Explosion out of here. Save this for now, I guess. Wait, no, I'm in here. Get rid of that. Save. Close. Yeah, that's fine. Build. I just don't trust the quick build on this because it doesn't seem to update blueprints, which is what I need to see updated the most often. So I'm using blueprint instances to actually put things in level where they're based on C++ classes for all their back-end coding. So, you know. Okay. So now, if we go back to blueprints, where did, oh, motherfucker. It's supposed to be in the blueprints folder. Move. Explosion. Open full blueprint. There we go. Explosion effect. Awesome. Now it's called explosion effect, tooltip, transform particles, template. Now we can put the explosion in. There we go. Okay, awesome. That has all of that stuff in there. So we have our explosion all set up. We can file, save that, and attach it to the BP projectile instance, I think. Let's see. The explosion. BP explosion. Cool. Now we compile, save, and then we go to BP gunship, and we say, hey, change your projectile to BP projectile. Alright. Now that's saved. Now when we fire the gun, those are explosions. They're not happening where I want them to, but we have explosions! That's good. That's good. Also, I think when I run the game, everything chugs. Let's see. Stats. Drop frames. Hold on. Oh, no! Okay, I don't know what I was seeing then. Weird. Okay, so why is it spawning them in the middle? Explosion. Spawn actor. Projectile explosion collision component. Get component location. Yeah. Why is that not where it's spawning? Get component location. Collision component. That should be tied to. Okay. Hero location. Viewfinder.get component location. Rotation, transform vector, muzzle offset. Alright, let's look for some debug logs. CPP. Gunship. Copy. Paste. If the G engine exists, add debug message with yellow. Say, hey. X. F string to get the. Am I correct on that? I think I am. Do I have any saved string? Yes. Grid F. Okay. Steal that real quick. Blind pause was. That's a single number. Okay. Collision component dot get component location. Expression preceding parentheses of parent call must have pointer to function type. X. Ah, okay, there we go. X on Y percent F on percent F. Component get component location. Z. Okay. If projectile explosion. Okay. This one I think I can just do fast load. Okay. They're not the same positions. They're happening at different positions. Also, that's alright. Well, that's not exactly great. I'm not getting transported to the next level either, but that might just be because of the on-hit not applying the way it should be, because we haven't coded it to interact with explosions properly yet. Okay, so the position's correct. You spawn an explosion. Why? Why is it not? What happens when we make a projectile? Projectile, root component, an object, okay. Sphere, collision component. Collision movement component. Set updated. What does this do? Create default subject. Projectile movement component. Set updated component. Collision component. Initial speed. Set up attachment? Probably should set up the attachment, right? Set up attachment to root component. Right? Does that do it? Maybe. Nope. Maybe we have to close and rebuild. Try to rebuild. Progress, though. We're on our way, I would say. It's time to build. There we go. There we go. BP explosion. Why that keeps opening up. Report. Is it because I don't have that scene component to give it like an X and Y? I wonder if that's it. I might need a scene component. It currently doesn't have this. The sphere component doesn't have any ability to move around. So I think that's what it's missing. TM, maybe. Then how does it? If I pull an explosion in here, what am I dragging? What's that? Now it has a transform. Why wouldn't it before? Ah, but that was it! That was the secret! Whoa! Okay, now we need to get it to handle bam, 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 bam. Awesome. Okay. Let's see. Explosion. No, we want target. This target needed. Yeah, okay. But projectile.h also has targets for explosion.h, so we should be good actually. Else if other actor dot get class dot get name equals explosion. We say a explosion. Yep, alright, got access to it. Hit explosion equals static cast a explosion pointer. Come on. Other actor. And then health minus equals hit explosion dot damage divided by. So now here's where it'll get interesting. It'll deal damage proportionate to how close the explosion was. So like, you're thinking about like explosive munitions in general. You get shot through the chest with the explosive munition, that's gonna deal damage. And then also if there's an explosion that happens, the explosion's also gonna deal damage. And obviously that would do the most damage if it was right on you. But if it's next to you, you don't get hit by the projectile, but you do get hit by the explosion. And you get some damage proportional to how close you are to the center. So, hit explosion damage divided by what? Or no, it'd be times divided by the radius. So it'd be times distance from center divided by radius. And we know it's going to be less than the radius, because it has to be to be having a collision in the first place. So distance from center is going to be distance to get distance. What is this? Get distance. Sure. Get distance to a other to hit explosion. Hit explosion. Yep. Dot. Radius. Okay. I think that's it. Let me just see how get distance 2 works. Just to make sure this is how I'm imagining it. Get Unreal 5 get distance 2. Turns the distance, this doesn't explain. Means center actor. I have to assume it's the center, right? see if this explains it.
Bum 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 bum.
Tomatoes?
Uh-huh.
Hello.
There's such a variety of tutorials on YouTube for Unreal stuff. It's crazy.
Let's go and run through a quick little example. It's pretty simple. I hit my get distance button. It tells me the distance. I can move a little bit, hit get distance, and move over here and fire at the sphere. And I get the distance in units from actor to actor. So let's look at the node. Node's pretty simple. We'll type in get distance 2. And if you have context sensitive checked, you're not going to find it. Get distance 2 is one of a few different nodes, and it has an actor for a target. If we click on it, it's pretty simple. From one actor to the other, what is our distance in units? That's it, pretty simple. For my example, what I'm doing is just firing off a line trace, and when I hit something, I'm returning back what I hit, and then also myself as the firer. And I'm running the get distance to node.
Oh, but this is he's doing it through a get trace hit. Yeah, okay. My vehicle has some wall, but the method of distance you measure the distance between their centers. Okay, perfect. That's what I need. Here. The things that should be getting hit by are things that could deal damage to it, so I think that's fair, honestly. Right out of there. Yep. Woo! Hell fucking
I want to
yeah.
see someone try and bump Lise down from the top 2.
Bump what? Life is Strange down from the top 2? Well, gotta get some people, let them know that there's a little streamer out there that's taking requests for games. Why do you want it out of the top 2, Tori? I don't understand. What could possibly lead you to desire that? Isn't that your game? What you want me to play? Okay, so this is all good. So he won't be able to. Oh yeah. Do not threaten. Brad and Kyle, they pay good money to fuck with Jacob. Don't threaten them with a good time. They might just do it again. Oh my god. Okay. So let's see. I want to do. All right. Let me do something ridiculous. But they need to figure out what game they want me to play next. Then that's on them. Or you could find some other friends that'd be interested in watching me try and fail at many game campaigns. Give that a shot. Okay, so BP projectile. I'm just gonna what's gonna happen. This is definitely not how I'm gonna do it like later on, but for the sake of just testing things out, I am going to have a blueprint explosion with a radius of 100. So we can just see if that works. Now, has a big ass radius, and that means it should at least get all of these guys in one go. I believe also means explosion. Yeah, so now it's using the blue. It's going to use the explosion that has a radius of 100. And if we go to level 1 and make the gunship use projectile. It's the blueprint projectile instead of the C++ projectile. this will enable us to see if that'll work. Let's open the firing range. Yes. Okay, so I should. Oh. Okay. It's not seeming to be working here. Why is the... Okay. More testing. It's... hit by explosion. Dun dun dun. Okay. F11. They're not even registering as being hit. Why is that? Why you know get hit? If other actor dot get class dot get name equals explosion is the name of this class. Target hit by explosion. There's something to set up for collision to be enabled. Does it need a collision component? Probably needs a collision component. I already have a collision component, don't I? Use sphere component. Yeah, no, that's what I have. Collision component. Use sphere component. Okay, init sphere radius. Yes. Ah! This is what I mean. There we go. Okay. Explosion doesn't need to disappear, though. Explosion doesn't care about what it hits, it's just happening. So, that's fine. Try that. Okay. Alright, that poor cone is stuck in the ground now. Oh, and now it's out of the ground. I'm gonna try just doing a hard build. The blueprints. They're blueprints. They might not have been affected. Collision profile name. Yes. Explosion. Target. Explosion. Yeah, nothing's changed. Okay. Try that. Okay. No. Still not getting hit. Why you know get hit? physics set on or something? Add dynamic on hit. No, 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 no. Visual mesh that simulate physics true. Is that why this doesn't do it? This is in all the subclasses, isn't it? Vehicle. Yeah. We don't have this. I assume. What is making the things fly away? No, not that direction. We need to do it after everything else. There you go. Okay. I'm pretty sure I can delete these. Before that's not the case, and I'm recording very seriously. Building. Building, vehicle, and awesome. Targets. Has that all set up already? Get that, and I have Control Alt F11. Yep, alright, that's what I was doing it. But that's not the issue. The issue is that they are just flying away because they are colliding. What are they colliding with? That's what I'm confused by. Because if they were colliding with the explosion, it should read that they're colliding with the explosion. It's not. It's not saying that. Projectile CPP. It can tick, sets up itself a root component, sets itself the collision component, which we have copied, we've mimicked. Close as possible. Collision component, body instance, that's set collision profile name. X collision explosion. Yes. And then at the sphere radius. So I'm going to do here. Projectile movement component. What is drive the projectile's movement? Okay, great, but that's not. I'm not. What if I set simulate physics to false? It doesn't have a static mesh component. That's what this has. This doesn't have that either. Mesh component. It does. It does have a mesh component. Curious. We have the static mesh, projectile mesh component, collision component, which is bigger than the mesh, but that's not that crazy. And if we open up BP Explosion, what does it have? It's the root component, which is the sphere component. Same thing. And it has a mesh component. BP Explosion. Physics? No. Duration, damage, allow tick before being played, start with tick naval. Replication, rendering, collision, generate overlap events during level streaming. Is this true? Activate overlap, you get end events when spawned as part of level streaming, which includes initial level. Condition for calling update overlaps to initialize overlap state when loaded in. No, I don't care about that. For level bounds. These are all level streaming things. We're close. We're close here, folks. Smell the answer. Component trigger on hit. Not specifying what is being hit. You can simplify these overlap events so you can see if it's taking place at least. Overlap all dynamic. That mesh would need to have collision mesh to check for it. Yeah, that makes sense. And that's the case for the target, right? And mesh. Huh. Interesting. Doesn't actually seem to have a collision mesh. Maybe that's it? Is that it? Static mesh component on hit collision component. code, colliding pawn. Adding code that will spawn a variety of useful components and arrange them in a hierarchy. We create a sphere component to interact with the physical world, a static mesh component to represent our collision shape visually, a particle system component that we turn on and off, and a spring arm component that we can use to attach a camera component to in our in-game perspective. Decide which component will be the root of the hierarchy. In this tutorial, we use the sphere components as a physical presence and interact with Actually, can have multiple physics-enabled components in its hierarchy, but for this tutorial, we only need one. Okay. Use sphere components. Sphere component, init radius, set collision profile name. Okay. Yes, okay, this is the collision component. Next, we'll create and attach a visible sphere from a static mesh asset that has a radius of 50. Since this doesn't perfectly line up with the 40 radius sphere component, we just create a scale down to 80%. We also need to move it down 40 units to line up with the center of the sphere component. Hard-coding assets past like static mesh for the sphere in this example is not generally considered best practice. We would usually create the component in the constructor, make it editable, and create a blueprint asset. Okay, yeah, I think that's what I was running into earlier tonight. Is music back on? Now attach an inactive particle system. Yeah, okay, this is what we were reading before we were looking for particle system stuff. That's not really what I'm here for. Does this use on hit? No, this doesn't interact with on hit. Event called when a component hits or is hit by something solid. This could happen due to things like character movement, using set location with sweep enabled, or physics simulation. For events when objects overlap, the overlap event. Target hit by projectile. Come on, come on. On hit. Collision component to OT component hit. such as latent occurs at the end of the tick. Explosion if one has been attached to this object. Okay, so we know it spawns. It spawns the actor. I don't think this will make a difference, but just for my mind's sake. Explosion appears after the projectile is supposed to despawn, but that might not actually be the case. Yeah. I wanted to, I could say. Collision component dot on component hit. Come on. That's the dynamic function. Handle that. I'm wondering, for shits and giggles, this wouldn't make any sense that it would rely, the target would rely on the thing hitting it to have an on hit, but curiosity. Oh? Okay. Apparently it does. Why? Glitching component on component hit, add dynamic. This at projectile on hit. On hit. If the other actor is simulating physics, you add an impulse at the location. Okay, that's fine. It doesn't destroy it, that's whatever. Why does this function's on hit? That should trigger. On component hit and dynamic. So confused. This just isn't triggering it at all now. Yeah, it fires them, but it never... They never get the... On hit doesn't trigger unless... Oh, we don't... Okay, there... It might be triggering. Only one way to find out. Sure. See if it at least registers hits. And if it doesn't recognize this projectile hitting it. Okay. That is so weird. So it knows it's getting hit by something. That function is getting called. But because the projectile doesn't have its own on hit, it doesn't recognize that the other actor is a projectile? What? Unreal string cheat sheet. S. Other actor dot get class name. Let's try that. F string print F. Okay. So what to do? This. That. Too many arguments for function like macro invocation text. Oh, because this shouldn't be in here. Okay. How about you? BP projectile C. What? Okay. Okay, so now I know what the problem is. That makes sense. It's not getting the projectile name. How do I use the thing? I title it here, though. Like, collision profile. Can I get that? Or is there just an easier way for me to check if the class is equal to? UE5 CP check actor class. Not CPP. CP. Hash component. Get class. The same name from a blueprint call. Yes. The accepted answer doesn't really solve the problem, so here, an easy, clean solution. When you get the CP class, you can just use static class. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Try that out. Build successfully. Now it's saying it's an actor. Thanks. Real fucking helpful. I missed something. Get F name. Get F name. Logical name of this object. Alright. Sure. I want the logical name. Still failed. Here. 47? Is this it? Alright. This is what we need. No. There we go. Okay, does that work? Yes. Awesome. Still calling it an actor. Alright, that's not... Why is it so hard to get the name of the actor? No Kanye in this stream. Not tonight. Mini app BPC. Yeah, okay, that was what I was getting. On asset loaded, fname, CPP class name, status class, get fname. Well, that's not how it's working for me. Ugh. I gotta figure. This is such a dumb thing to get hung up on. Controller. Always going to be a place where the caster is more efficient. So use cast throw insert. Turn null. Results fast static cast. Okay. Use is a function. You don't need to make extra casts. Okay. try that. If is a so a projectile static class. Now do is a explosion static class. Okay. Build failed. Why? Can this type something? No parens. Need parens. Can you please get out of IntelliSense? I'm begging you. Tool chain, determining max actions. File target.cpp. Initializing cannot convert from other class type to const u class pointer. Is a Unreal 5 CPP is a I mean, yeah, this works. Child of a explosion static class. Ding ding. Has no. What? For classes, use child of. For actors, use is a. Your actor is a. Yeah, that's what I was running before and it wasn't working. What if I do dot get class is child of Check in. 1, 2, 3. Check. Yes! Successfully built. Okay. Okay. That's what we were looking for. So, now, projectiles functionality can be re-enabled. Okay. Explosions doesn't really have to change anything. Just kind of happens. Okay. Other actor got classed as child of a projectile. Static class. Yes. If it's an explosion, then it's like, okay, so hit by explosion. And then if its health is gone, then you destroy it. And you're like, okay. Alright. Now, moment of truth. Come on now. Okay. Well, at least it's destroying them. Target hit by projectiles. Not getting hit by... It's not getting hit by... the... explosion. We've been going live for almost 4 hours at this point. I might need to call it quits here. Why is this not going? Target hit by explosion. I think those would do it. But it doesn't. Target destroyed. Hit by projectile, not the radius. Okay. Now... if I set the radius to 255, just make it absurd. BP explosion. Yeah. Just double checking. If I turn this off, you don't need the projectile or the explosion to have their own on hit for it to affect the target. Fix that. Almost sure. Yes. Yes. You don't need it. So what gives... why it's not generating the explosion. On hit. You can add an impulse, whatever. It has an explosion. You're spawning it. It's getting spawned. Spawn actor. Collision component, get component location. Component rotation. Collisions not triggering on object spawn. Unreal. The player spawn an object. When this object is already placed in the level, the player cannot walk through it. However, when the same item is being placed by the player, I know this should be a pretty easy solution, but I can't get my fingers around it. A short video showing my problem and the blueprint I have been working on. Quite near the whole game development blueprinting. I mentioned the asset itself, not on blueprint or level editor. Oh, maybe it's an on overlap. Try on overlap. Because it's definitely going to be an overlap. It's not going to be an on hit necessarily. Visual mesh. Is it this simple? Let's find out. On component overlap. Dot add dynamic. Unreal on begin overlap. When something starts to overlap this component. Something starts to overlap this component. You have a player walking into a trigger. For events when objects have blocking collision, note, when receiving an overlap from another event's object's movements, the directions of hit normal and hit impact normal will be adjusted to indicate. Okay. Use signatures for the overlap functionality. Using the delegate for the begin overlap signature and should give you an overlap function declaration. If you're going to use overlap, uses a different signature. Target. New object instance. I guess it's this one? Definitely doesn't look like it though. It's too many parameters. That's not it. No way. User object. Is this internal? Hold on. Wait a goddamn second. Is this literally just the same as internal add dynamic? Helper macro to bind a UObject instance and a member U function to a dynamic multicast delegate. Okay. Expands to internal dynamic. Interesting. A target on hit, UE4 delegates, private, get trim member function name. So, how do I do the expanded version, I guess? Add. On component overlap dot add internal add dynamic. I needed to change it from trying to compile with that. This page unrelated conversion requires you reinterpret Cassie style. Can I convert argument 2 from okay. Yeah, well that's the end scenario, but why? If I just try to do this. Right? It's not gonna do it. Let me try something. So just give it a shot. Function to be triggered when the visual / collision component is overlapped. U function. Void on begin overlap. Right. Is it here? Overlap. Copy. Paste. Create the definition. Need on projectile. Ah, okay. It's not coming up intelligence, but it is there. A target on overlap. This is what it's complaining about. It's the same error. It's on Google, I'm pretty sure. What this guy's complaining about. Right? Not convert argument 2. Following documentation on the function part of it turned out to be the cause. After looking into the blueprint implementation, turns out I need to change it from yada 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 on pickup. Is class not the keyword I'm looking for? I probably should get rid of the class keywords. I don't see it there. Yeah, I think that's might be the issue. Maybe not, though. I don't know. Component given overlap. With the 2 extra parameters. No instance of function template, F component begin overlap signature, internal dynamic, meshes, a target, void a target. Answer. F component begin overlap signature. Maybe I try it with the old signature. Just for shits and giggles. That's nope. Right. Unreal CPP. Add dynamic overlap. On actor overlap. Try this function signature for the function you're trying to add dynamically instead. Not sure if you need to forward declare, so if it doesn't work, you can add class to the needed function members. Actor, other actor. You primitive component, other component. Int32, other body index. Bool from sleep. Const F hit result. Sleep result. Yeah, that's what I have. And it's declared as a U function. So what the fuck is going on? Also, he has the same thing. Is it not different? It starts with a U primitive component. Okay. Not helpful. Not helpful. Adding on actor begin overlap add dynamic into a base coin constructor in order to handle this. Just worry. On overlap function is not being called when I overlap this actor. If I put on actor begin overlap add dynamic into base. Okay. Well, that might have something to do with it. We just commented all this bullshit for now. Alright, I gotta fucking Control KC. Oops, not that. Oh, yes, that actually, but. Jesus. Figure this out. Failed the link. Uh-oh. Result external symbol. A target on overlap. Yeah. But I commented those. So why you no save? There we go. Now you try. Into temptation. That wasn't it. Alright, we're almost at 7 here. I think it's time to push up what I've got and hit the forms and see what's the dealio. This has reached 0. A explosion static class. It's the same thing. To overlapping spawn objects, not trigger on hit. Actor can pass through the object that's generating the event, but the object blocks. Overlap events will trigger when an actor can pass through the object that is generating the event, but if the object blocks the collision, the other actor will trigger a hit event instead, since it is hitting it and not overlapping. Okay. I wonder if I need to set my explosion to have a certain type of... Sorry, what's the wording on this? I do collision component. Generate. Overlap. What can I set? Set active, set all. E collision. Will not create any representation in the physics engine. Sure. Try that out. No? I don't know. Is it overlapping with actors that are not spawned? use sphere component, box component on your snake. Act as trigger volume. It can be used to subscribe just on the overlap and on that. Okay. I'm gonna try this signature. That works. Component overlap. Alright. Overlap. Looking good now. So. If other actor gets child fast, yes. That's all we need to know. Right. Alright, build success. Let's see. Alright. I don't know. That is going to be my ending point. Let's shut this down for the night. I'm gonna hit up the forums, see if they have any insights that I might be missing out on. There's explosion effects now. That's something. Let's go to project folder. Come on. Okay. Code. Unreal Overlord. Git bash. Git add star. Git status. Oop. New files. Yes. Okay, that all looks good. Commit. Tech M. Working on explosions. Follow up some projectile collisions. Boop, 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 boop. Commit. Git push origin master. Okay, that is enough of this malarkey for today. But I do appreciate you guys rolling through. And I think I will be doing this more often. I just think it'll be fun if people want to stop by and hang out. Obviously, I'm always on Discord if people want to come here. But yeah, I mean, I just kind of want to work on this, and I guess recording it might not be a bad idea either. Yeah. So stay tuned for more of that. There will be Halo tomorrow after work, so later in the evening. I'll be hopping on Halo Infinite Forge, hopefully, as long as it's working. Fingers crossed. And also, I think I'm going to be doing more level editing stuff in Forge on Fridays, just in general. So, stay tuned for that on Fridays. And I will be recording a new Telling Tales Thursday with I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream as the current game this Thursday, for real this time. I swear. It's actually happening. I know it's been a minute, but it's coming. So, stay tuned for all of that. Obviously, follow me on Twitch and YouTube, wherever you prefer. If you can, that'd be great. And, yeah, until I see you again. Bye-bye.